in outage minutes last year. Consumers Energy, a force for you, a force of change.
I got a dog. Hi.
Oh, what you got there? All right, go get it.
When it comes to lasting relationships, we're thinking of every mile. The new Hyundai Tucson. It's your journey.
just to explain something, the way that the properties, they go to the county treasurer, and at that point, the county treasurer puts them up for auction. And if somebody buys them for more than the property at that auction, that's when they would reap those profits from the previous owner. However, since no one bid on this property, explain something, the way that process stops right there. So at that point, county treasurer, we take ownership of it because that's our right, and we can sell it for whatever dollar value. And if somebody buys them, and I've read the Supreme Court ruling, that's when it's for tax foreclosure from the county. And that process has already happened. So at that point, we own it and we can sell it for whatever we want. So at that point, there was no bid on it because that's when the county treasurer put it up for auction. So that's how we can put Supreme Court ruling dollar values on any of these properties. Foreclosure from the county. I'm not sure if the Bishop Airport was a town or was a tax reverted one or not, but any property that comes into ours possession has already went on it through that process. And nobody bid on said properties, and that's why we got them. So any profits would not go back, in my opinion, go back to that, and we could sell it for whatever we want. That's just my opinion. Bishop Airport was. I'm not going to speak to House of Esther direct because they named me in the lawsuit personally. So I'm not going to speak directly to that, but that is my opinion on the profit properties, and that's why we got
Thank
them.
you.
So
And point of
any
information,
profits
through you, Madam Chair,
would
to
not go
Councilman
back, in
Pfeiffer,
my
his
opinion,
Yes, Ms. Burns.
opinion
go back to that,
with
and we can sell
a,
it for whatever we want. That's just my opinion. I'm not going to speak to House of Esther direct because they named me in the lawsuit personally. So I'm not going to speak directly to that, but that is my opinion on the profits. Thank you.
and point of information, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Pfeiffer,
Yes,
and the
Ms. Burns.
opinion with an attorney who actually called me stated that that would not be the process. So that's why I think we need to actually find out because it was originally, and then it goes back to.
Madam Chair.
But just,
Mr. Mays, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
she's in a point of information.
that
Yeah,
was a quick inquiry. I'll wait to the point of information, but I'm just used to folks saying stuff.
Go ahead.
Not you, Ms. Burns, them.
Go ahead.
I'm done.
So like I said, that's my opinion, and I believe that the county process has already happened, and that's why we can sell it for whatever.
Yeah, Madam
The
Chair.
treasurer sets it.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Ms. Burns, don't be upset because I'm watching them, how they points of order, points them out of order and all that is relevant to me. Now, let me say this through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Can you approach? Mr. Edwards, I've listened to the conversation here, and I'm going to show you who missing in action. Mr. Neely is missing. Attorney Kim and Gurley is missing.
Point of information
What's your point?
through you. I have not spoke yet.
Point of order.
I just want you to be aware.
Point of
I
order.
will
A point of information is to the speaker. Now, y'all sat here and condoned Ms. Herkenroder, you, Piper, the rest of them. She warned me. And we know
Point of
clearly.
information
What's your point?
through you to the speaker. Do you know I have not spoke at all yet on this issue, and you have spoke several times.
Madam Chair, a point of information is to the speaker. And all this BS he doing, been here a year, and y'all condoning it, but y'all condoning me getting warnings, arrested in court. I think it's getting to be a little much. Now you sitting in the chair. That's your buddy and your ally. You ain't warned him, you ain't checked him, and one of the basic rules, I got the floor. One of the basic rules is a point of information to the speaker. Now I'm gonna proceed, and if it continues.
If I could respond to his point of information, that was an incorrect point of information. I will give you the floor after Mr. Mays. Thank you, Mr. Mays. Continue.
Yeah, but then when Herkenroder warns me and y'all sit and say nothing, it's a different treatment. He needs a warning. because he do it repeatedly. That's the point. So you ain't did nothing big because you've condoned it with her asking, Mr. Murphy, did you murder somebody? I'm watching the videos. Y'all condoning it for white folks and other folks, and then you condoning punishment for me. And it's getting to be a little much, Miss Priestley. Ain't none of us that dumb. Now, if I may continue on this issue.
Please continue.
I'm going to continue, but being the way y'all operating here discriminatorily is relevant in these proceedings. Real relevant. Mr. Edwards, are you willing to have Attorney Kim, Attorney Gurley, and I don't know if you can speak for the mayor here so we can get to the bottom of this. Is this council willing to subpoena folks, make them be here, and then put them under oath? When it comes to the disposition of these properties and the city attorney's office not moving on requests from council people, it's at the point of investigative hearings. You know, ain't nobody got to stand up here and talk and patty cake with y'all for over an hour. And the reason we're doing it because folk on this council is condoning it. See, they want to be the council, but then I guess they want to work in administration too. And I can name them. It's 4 or 5 of them. And that's why you can sit up there and kind of grin, if I'm reading your demeanor right, and say stuff that you don't know to be fact. That's why you can get away with it, because 5 or more of these people condone your behavior. When it get to a point, I don't condone behavior. You gonna shift it to, I don't know, the mayor might, or I don't know, but we didn't do this. They gonna shift it from the attorney who here to take care of our business. He don't know because it was Gurley and Kim. But then Miss Wilcox, well, me, Attorney Gurley, and Kim, them know. You look at an agenda, they should be here. So this is a game. And what's frustrating to me is the council. Some of them been here just a little over a year. They don't know. They in that category of Lord forgive them, for they know not what they do and say. Ignorance. They chasing me, trying to make their reputation off of me. We can control Mays. Quincy, if he been here since November last year, or whatever year it was, he done gave, I done watched it at home, more recordings and speeches about this council can't move till you get rid of Mays. This sound like a broken record. I say this is some foolishness. So they not gonna do what need to be done to shorten these meetings. They not gonna put you under oath. They not gonna put Gurley and Kim under oath. They not gonna put Neely under oath. So I don't believe Gurley need to be under oath. I know Kim a lie. I know for a fact Neely a lie. But I want the penalties of perjury to be covering that lie. Neely telling more lies than Santos. Santos ain't got no degree. Neely ain't got no degree. You know who Santos is, who I'm talking about? He in the House of Representatives in New York. When I look at what they're saying about Santos, I say we experiencing that here. I'm asking, can you help facilitate these people to these meetings? Gurley and Kim. Let me worry about Neely. Can you facilitate Gurley and Kim in our next Finance Committee meeting?
I'm sure that that information can be communicated, and yes.
I'm not sure. You kind of like the boss on a day-to-day hour basis. Don't politic me, Mr. Edwards, and then smile, because that answer is a bunch of BS. And I'm not in a meeting for BS. I asked, can you facilitate Kim and Gurley in the next meeting on this agenda item? I'm not telling you to ask the attorney, can he facilitate it? I'm asking you, can you? Yes or no, or you don't know. Don't put it on him. I'm asking you. You the city administrator. What's your answer?
Your request will be communicated to those two individuals.
By you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Because if they turn you down, the city administrator, I don't want to come back next meeting and say they turned this nice attorney down. He's in an inferior position to them. You in a superior position to them. You understand that, don't you?
I absolutely understand.
So if you absolutely understand it, then I'm absolutely asking you to try to facilitate Attorney Gurley and Kim for the next meeting for this agenda item. I'm requesting it. And if you can't do it, then that'll teach me some. If you can do it, then we can get the answers that Ms. Wilcox says she can't answer. And we can try to clear some of this up as these items get ready to come before council. And so, Madam Chair, Ms. Burns, that's what I want to get in and say. Let's get all the players here. And if you continue to dispute whether or not Ms. Penton is telling the truth, or if you even allege she lying about meeting with Mr. Neely, win, lose, or draw, I'm gonna put a motion on the floor and see what Priestley and Murphy do when it comes to subpoenaing y'all. You want me to test it now? I don't think you got nothing to worry about because they condone y'all behavior. My job is to investigate it and get to the truth. And that's why I think the problem with council is at, because y'all got some people on this council who condones y'all behavior. Want me to look at a couple of them? I'm looking this way. I make a motion to start, and he waving at me. Now, ain't that a fool? Put the camera on him, Quint. Put the camera on him, Paul. Wave again with that foolishness. Put the camera on him, Paul. I'm talking about Murphy. This guy been sitting here for a year acting a fool, talking like a fool.
Point of order.
What's your point?
This subject matter and him saying I'm acting a fool has nothing to do with this. He need to be warned.
Madam Chair, it has a lot to do with me because I'd be cussing. I'm trying not to cuss and just say he acting a fool. That's a fool. I'm 65 years old. I don't know how old he is, but foolishness is
Point of
foolishness.
information.
Yes.
Are you older than me? Or
Beg
am I
your
older
pardon?
than you?
Say that
Are you
again.
older than me or am I older than you?
You're a couple days older than me.
I'm
we
not
was,
65.
we was both born in 1958
Point of order.
September.
Point of order. My colleague called me a fool. My name is Councilman Murphy in the 3rd Ward, or Mr. Murphy, not a fool.
Mr. Mays, please be
I'm
respectful.
gonna say he acting like a fool and call it foolishness, and ain't gonna take it back. Anybody who's setting up like they're in junior high or high school or elementary, waving and taunting at me, that's foolishness. And foolishness come from folk acting a fool. He finna adjourn the meeting for lack of a quorum unless you order a recess without objections until Mr. Piper come back. These guys need to be recalled. They need to be recalled because they want to act foolish and can't take the heat when you call them out to be foolish.
5
We're in
minutes.
recess
Yeah,
because
for
that's
5
that
minutes.
foolishness.
Mr. Mays, thank you for calling that to my attention about the
Yeah,
back
I'm
and
gonna
forth.
call it all to your attention when you got foolishness and people.
This meeting is adjourned for lack of a quorum.
It is 7:47. I call Government Operations Committee to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Barnes? Ms. Herkenroder is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing is absent. You have 6 members present.
Thank you. We have 6 members present. Reading of disorderly conduct is on the agenda. We are on to public speaking. Any member of the public wish to address the council? Please remember to state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Yep.
My name is R.L. Mitchell. Mr. Chair, I want to address you about this courtesy Suzanne Wilcox offered to the squatters in Flint for keeping the house of Esther from getting burned up, because Miss Suzanne Wilcox offered them a courtesy, told the state don't throw them out, because if you do, they can't pocket the money. But I want her to give courtesy to the juvenile department on Pasadena after they're giving courtesy to the Bulldogs, because Miss Priestley talk good of them before they can mess up the system with that opera money. They got 125 bulldogs, and they got to give them away for 50%, and they cry every time they give them away to the people who buy them for 50% off. Once they get some of them juvenile kids out of there for snitching on them, on their peers for having guns. They got guns legally, but the ombudsman, they come up with a rule to help the police department out. They say if you had any friends, that tell on them because we can stop this drive-by shooting. That's what they've been doing, snitching on them. Now they're filling up the juvenile home, and the juvenile home is right next to the dog pond. And that's why I asked Miss Suzanne, won't you give them a courtesy like you're giving them bulldogs a courtesy next door to the juvenile home on Pasadena. And like the House of Esther, the same thing. Who in the world you think you peoples is? Just because we black, out there, most of these black peoples ain't got no home to stay in, and Suzanne Wilcox pocketing the money, her and her administration downstairs, the mayor, and having this little fellow, what can't think of his name, Edwards, to speak up for him, and he don't want to talk right, and all that stuff in the chambers always. Look at him, empty seats, and you part of it, subject, and sir, and you gonna let me keep on talking?
No, your time,
Okay,
your time
take
is
that.
up. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to address council? Any member of the public wishing to address council? Okay, we will close public speaking on the council response. Any member of council wish to address the public speaker? Any person wishing to address the public speaker? We will close that and go on to special order. Special order 220445. Mr. Mays, special order about police chases. Do you want
Yeah.
to speak about this or leave it on the agenda?
This was a special order that I requested regarding police chases based upon the information I received about a alleged police chase on Pearson Road resulting into death. Through you to Davina. Davina, do you have the police chase policy on file, or do you need to get it from the police department or legal?
I would have to get it from someone else.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city attorney, can you get a copy of that police chase policy to the clerk and she can put it in my mailbox? I think it had been put once before. But whether it did or didn't, I want to see if that can happen, and if it came on my verbal request, what needs to happen.
I think I can get that to you, just to cover all our bases. If you could put it in writing, but I will work on it.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Davina. Do you want me to write a note right now, or you'll put it in writing and give it to him? What?
I'm doing an email right now.
I wouldn't care if it was one sentence given it to him in this meeting.
I'm sending it by email right now.
Beg your pardon?
I'm sending an email right now.
Okay, so did you hear that, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, I did, Councilman Mays.
And so how long do you think it'll take us to get a copy of that policy in my mailbox?
I'll do everything I can to get that to you as quickly as I can. I can't imagine it would take a long time, but I have to find it and get it.
Okay, well, I've got a chip on my shoulder because other requests has been caught up in there, seem like in the legal department for over a year that has come from me. I would ask that it stays on the agenda to the next governmental operations meeting. And whoever is the city attorney at that next meeting, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Madam Clerk, can you ask that some city attorney with knowledge bring a copy to the next governmental ops meeting and attend and be ready for discussion? Thank you.
All right, I will order 220445 to stay on the agenda without objection. The next one is a special order 220446, Mr. Mays, about pipe replacement program, I believe that's in regards to the Benton Harbor ordinance, trying to get that. Mr. Mays, do you want to speak on that, or do you want to keep it
Yeah,
on?
that is correct. It is an ordinance out there that Benton Harbor used to try to help effectuate the pipe replacement program. They kind of, in my opinion, broke records in Benton Harbor getting it done. One of the problems we've heard this administration speak on is that they can't get into folks' homes. They can't get compliance. So I asked the legal department a while back to pull that ordinance and see if they could shape one for the city of Flint that I might very well introduce. And I don't know where that's at. So I would ask this to stay on here and through you to the city attorney. I think I've already requested that in writing. Can you or whoever will be at the next governmental operations meetings give me an update on the progress of that requested ordinance by Councilman Mays?
I will pass along your request to the attorney who's going to be at the next meeting so that they're aware of that.
Okay, and I'm continuing to watch the activity or lack of activity as it relates to my request in the city attorney's office. And in a reasonable amount of time, I'm gonna try to see if we can take action, but we can't really function as a council and a legislative body without adequate help from the department, in this case legal, that's charter mandated to do certain things for individual council people. I would ask that it stay on for another couple of weeks.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
Amend it to the point one if that's your pleasure. But it's on the agenda because they did submit it, so I wanted it to be on there.
Okay.
And then the resolution for Miss 230009, Miss Geraldine Redmond to the Flint Housing Commission. I do have an amendment for that one as well. It's just to add some language that should be in there on her resolution. So if you get to that, I would
Okay,
bring it up then.
so I will note those two. Okay, appointment 220540. What's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Priestley,
I make a motion to move 220540, 220542.1.
we can't do that yet.
Can't do most of them?
No,
Okay.
well, we can't move point one because we haven't voted on point
Oh,
one.
okay.
So
220540, 2205,
just
Two-
skip,
two-
just go to 08. We got to handle 542 by itself.
okay. 220540 to council then. Let's just do it that way.
Just do it that way. All right, there's a motion to send 220540 to council. Is there
Support.
support? Moved and properly supported by Dr. Lewis. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays?
If I'm not mistaken, this is the appointment to the Flint Housing Commission coming from Mr. Neely, but the address is outside of the city of Flint. That's my understanding. If anybody have any different information, This is a Flint Township resident from what I'm told.
Point of
If-
information.
What's your point?
So I Googled the address and her address is a Flint address with a 48504 area code, zip code, excuse me.
Is that point of information to me, the speaker? If it is, I would say you can have a Flint mailing address in Beecher. You can't go off of the address. And the more you learn on this council, Ms. Lewis, the better off, I think. You can't look at an address and say if it's Flint Township or Flint based upon the zip code. Through you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Donahue, do you have any information on the clerk's record, whether or not that person is a registered voter in the city of Flint or Flint Township?
I do not.
Can you look that up? When is the soonest you can let me know?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Okay. I'm not gonna vote to send it to.
Point of information. I don't see it in the Flint property portal, so I don't believe it's in the city. Are you-
Beg your pardon?
I said, I don't see it on the Flint property portal, and that's what I use, so I don't think that this is in the city. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, well, I'll accept that as a point of information to the speaker, and I'm saying I don't know. But I know there's been some conversation coming my way regarding it. The motion is to pass it to council. I don't know if that motion will pass or fail, but I won't be voting to send it to council until I have that issue resolved. I do see a resume. Ms. Lewis talked about the address, but I have people in Beecher say, I got a Flint mailing address, and I'm 48505 or whatever, but that don't mean they're inside the city of Flint proper. So I'm gonna wait to hear from the clerk. I'm gonna check the voter registration rolls. And then, Ms. Donahue, I also want you to see what date, if it shows registration in Flint, I want to see what date and where was the previous registration at as well. So I won't be voting to move this to council at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I did a search last meeting as well on the 3328 Walton. It doesn't show up under the City of Flint records. Neither does it show up as in the Flint property portal. So I don't think that this is a Flint resident.
Point of information. Do you know, does it require to be a Flint resident to be on this board?
That I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I do know kind of what it talks about. At least 3/4, I think, of the appointees have to be Flint residents. I don't know if it's all 4/4, but I read something about at least 3/4, but I don't want to say for sure at this time.
Point of information. Isn't this a 5-member board?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Through you, I would like to call up Ms. Redmond.
Ms. Redmond?
Good evening. Geraldine Redmond, 3800 Richfield Road, apartment 408, Flint.
Thank you, Ms. Redmond. So just a few questions. So as you see, it was brought up that, tell us a little bit about the board. So what must it be compiled of? Is it 3/4 members must live in Flint or all members must live in Flint? Do you have any insight on that?
What I know is we're a 5-member board. One has to be a resident commissioner, which lives on the property. And the address, probably, from what I've been told, I haven't read it, is that it's up to the pleasure of this council, because we haven't seen it written anywhere that you have to live in the city of Flint. However, I do know, I was told from the mayor's office that Ms. Young is Flint Township.
Okay.
So at this point, it's up to the pleasure of this board.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, it looks like we need to wait on this appointment just to get some more clarity. Unfortunately, because if first ward council person say that he's seen it somewhere, through you to Eric Mays. So, do you recall where you saw? You must have 3/4 Flint residency, or where you saw any information about this?
I don't recall where I've seen it, but my mind tells me I've seen at least 3/4. And on other boards, you have those type of qualifications. So that's why I say I think I've seen it, but I don't want to say definitely. But I bet you're going to find out it's a 3/4 requirement. If it's a 5-member, 1 out of 5 might meet the qualifications, but I'm just not ready to say for sure where I've seen that at, if I've seen it.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I think it'd be a good idea if we put a referral into the legal department to find the exact language for this appointment, just so we'd be in compliance. And it'd be a good idea if we definitely have enough time to Monday, if we send this to special affairs and have the answers by Monday, so we can see what the final answer is, because no need to leave it in this committee to keep kicking the can. Either we can appoint someone from Flint Township or we cannot. So if we know that by Monday, we can just decide whether we're going to vote for it or not. So I make a motion to move.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Does the speaker mean an amended motion?
So I'd like to make an amended motion to move appointment 220540 to special affairs.
Here's a motion to send 220540 to special affairs. Is it their support?
Support.
It's been supported by Ms. Priestley. Any discussion? Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I have a question through you to Clerk Donahue. Clerk Donahue, do you keep the records of all of the boards for the city of Flint, as far as the Flint Housing Commission and all of the other boards?
Yes, but I will say that right now everything's being worked on because we might have some differences in records, but yes, that is my official.
So you would have, I mean, if you can find it, the information as far as what is required to be on this board, wouldn't you?
I do have a copy of the bylaws that was provided by Ms. Redmond.
Yeah, but I know that it did not state in these bylaws the residency requirement.
I will say that I had a copy from before and it's different, so I think they might have been amended, but that is my understanding. Those are the official bylaws currently, what she's provided. It's not what I have in my records.
Okay, can you find what you think you have in your records? Because I guess I'm saying that usually it's a city of Flint resident for this board, and I haven't seen it to be different. I've heard of it to be different. So I mean, I can support this to go to special affairs, but if it turns out that the nomination must be from a resident of the city of Flint, I will not be supporting it. But I will support it to go to special affairs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this amended motion? Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
Through you to the city attorney, Mr. City Attorney, do you have your charter with you?
I'm actually looking at it right now, Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what it says about some of these boards and commissions as far as residential requirement.
I can't give you a definitive answer to your questions, but I will note that section 6-101.
6-101.
Multiple member bodies.
Yeah.
Subparagraph 5 states members shall serve in the interests of the city and except for compelling reasons stated prior to appointment shall be residents of the city. In all cases, at least 3/4 of the members of all multiple member bodies shall be residents of the city.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Redmond. Can she approach?
Yeah, Ms. Redmond?
Ms. Redmond, somebody passed out some bylaws that y'all had. Are you familiar with those?
Those are the current bylaws. Probably a mistake on the Housing Commission that when they were done over through our ACOP, which governs the Housing Commission to HUD, and they were approved by our body, by HUD. And
Do you recall something in those bylaws?
there's
referring-
nothing in those bylaws. I've read the charter. I've read the bylaws that were redone. Even the bylaws before them never had anything in it. And so.
Didn't have a residency requirement?
No,
Okay. I'm trying to
I
see-
haven't seen it anywhere and I've been searching.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where I'm getting that 3/4 membership from. I've read it somewhere. Is it for this? Is it something
Point
else?
of
But
information. That, he just said the 3/4 is in the charter, so that's probably where you
it's
got
in
it.
the charter.
Mhm.
Could he read to me what he's reading?
Yes, yeah, I was just saying, I don't know if this qualifies as a multiple member body off the top of my head, but section 6-101, multiple member bodies, paragraph B5 says members shall serve in the interest of all citizens of the city and except for compelling reasons stated prior to appointment shall be residents of the city. In all cases, at least 3/4 of the members of all multiple member bodies shall be residents of the city.
That's maybe where I'm getting it from. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the city attorney, can you go back to the front of the charter and read the definition of multi-member body? It would be found in the front in the definition section. Ms. Carter has hers. I want one of y'all to read the definition of multi-member bodies. You see it, Ms. Carter? It's in the definition section. Mr. Chairman, can Ms. Winfrey Carter read the definition of multi-member body?
It's on page 5 of our
Charter.
charter, and it says multiple member body.
Ms. Carter, can you say what section that is?
It is actually, it's on page 5. It's under section 1-405. And you have all your definitions. So a multiple member body means any board, commission, ad hoc committee, advisory committee, and any group, however designated, composed of more than one person and acting or purporting to act in the exercise of official duties. The city council is not a multiple member body. So that's what it says under that.
And then when you look in the back of the charter, it tells you the appointment process for multi-member bodies. So I kind of agree with the city attorney. If it falls into the category of a multi-member body, then that's where I'm reading the 3/4 at. But at the same time, to get a clearer understanding, if you look at the back part of the charter, it's going to be a section designated multi-member bodies, and it go through and tell you the appointment process. The mayor recommends the appointment, and then the city council moves on it. That process is clearly defined. This fits that process. I've had debate with this administration and members of council because I'm asking right now for a legal opinion and didn't get it, whether or not the advisory committee for these ARPA funds is going to be a multi-member body. When it's more than one person, and even in the advisory capacity, the definition says, then it's a multi-member body. The previous city attorney threw something in there about, do they have authority? Yeah, even in an advisory capacity, they have authority to advise. So the city council isn't a multi-member body, but most other appointments we make based upon that charter definition seem to be multi-member bodies. Ms. Winfrey Carter says she'll support the motion to move it to special affairs and give folks time to research it. I'm probably not going to support it. I'm almost ready to drop it. You know why? Because just for me as a council person, I believe we have enough qualified residents in the city of Flint to pick from before I go to appointing people outside the city of Flint. Somebody would have to give me a compelling reason why I should change my philosophy on Flint resident appointees to appoint this fine young lady. And so until I hear that reason to compel me, do you know it? Is it something you think I should know through you, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Redmond, that you want to try to compel me to go with her versus a city of Flint resident?
I haven't read her credentials because I haven't seen the resume, and I don't know her.
And
So at this point,
the mayor ain't convincing me yet. I ain't heard from him. But I know it's a variety of people in the city of Flint. And before I appoint people from outside the city, whether it's Bishop Airport Authority, Hurley Board, Flint Housing Commission, I want to give Flint folk an opportunity first.
I've only heard that she's smart.
Beg your pardon?
I've only heard that she's smart. I don't know her, never
Yeah.
seen her.
Yeah, well, I think I'm smart, but other people don't. We'll see what I do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak on this amended motion to send it to special affairs?
Are we-
Yeah, in the first round. Anyone? Anyone in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So just thumbing through her resume and also seeing the things that she's done in the community, there is no doubt that she is beyond qualified to serve. And seeing that City of Flint residents step down and she's volunteering to step up, that speaks volumes. So, according to the charter, it said that, that they want to have Flint residents, but it opened up the door for us to have 3/4 members of the body being Flint residents. And she's literally just a couple of streets from Flint, and her investment to the city of Flint is high. I'm not sure if anyone knows about her work, but she does a lot of great work in the city of Flint. I mean, it's too much for me to even sit here and say anything about her resume speaks for itself. And so I don't have a problem if we are within compliance, getting her on the board, because for one thing, she's doing this. She's stepping in when someone is resigning and stepping down. And then she has the capacity to get it done and get it done right. So I'm looking forward to getting the final verdict in special affairs, just to make sure that we are legally in compliance. But yeah, her resume just speaks for itself. And seeing out in the community, that speaks volumes too. So if that's not enough, I really don't know what else we can say to compel our colleagues to vote for Ms. Dunning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Carter.
you know what? And I would have to agree with Councilman Mays because I am a stickler as far as residency requirements. And I remember that vote for the airport board, and I was strong, no. And our mayor, he has a habit of sending up nominations of individuals who do not live in the city for city appointed boards. And we gotta stop. So I gotta kind of renege on my vote to send this to special affairs. I'm gonna stand strong on my no, and I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round?
Yeah, this is the second round.
Second round. Do you want the floor?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, appointees, I've watched Miss Geraldine Redmond watch her appointment from beginning, seem like to end. And she's been here at the council meetings. I'm not going to have a problem with what I know supporting that appointment, but these appointees sometime, I like to meet them. This particular appointee, I look at the resume, but I haven't met her. And even if I meet her, I would say to her politely, I'm more in favor of Flint residents. I'm sure it's other residents who have fantastic resumes and might be ready to serve. Ms. Winfrey Carter is right. I didn't know Winters Hall when they was appointing her to the Bishop Airport Authority, and I didn't really go for that. And that was the Grand Blanc, I think, resident. And, you know, I'm trying to keep folk in the city and prove that we are just as smart and bright as people outside the city in Flint Township, Grand Blanc, and we can do this. In politics, though, you have political appointments sometime, and I don't know if this is one, but she might have had a chance coming and letting me meet her and speaking for herself. And I'm not nowhere equating her to Santos. But Santos' resume got him elected a House of Representative person, Ms. Lewis, and come to find out Santos was lying left and right. And I'm not saying that's what's happening here. I'm just saying I like to meet people, and I'm a stickler for Flint folks. And, you know, after a while, you know Flint folks. You know who their folks is, their parents, their relatives. And I think we can do this with Flint folks. So that's going to be my position. If it go to special affairs, I would urge somebody to get a Shani Dunning before me and try to see if she can change my mind. And, you know, other than that, I'm ready for the mayor to bring somebody from Flint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this. I think it's important when we have residency and when you apply for something and we say we want to follow the charter. This is if the charter states and then defining it and going over with the city attorney, it's important. We know that residency is important, and she is very qualified, and she's probably a very lovely young lady. I don't know her, but we do know is the charter states specifically a 3/4 body, and to be residency, to be a Flint resident. And for me, that is something that's important. It's unfortunate that she's not a Flint resident. Her resume is filled with great things she's done, but according to the charter, we do have a fulfillment and obligation to follow that. So I think even though, and Walton Street is just right off of, from my ward, I I know someone who lives on Walton Street, but it's just not in Flint. And so that to me was my biggest concern. And last week, I know that Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter had looked up the address of not just one, but all of the appointments. And she put in the property portal. So when you put in the property portal, you know, she had already known, and she had shared with me, because she actually cross-checks everything while she's here to make sure that we are in compliance. So I don't know if I don't see, if we've read that, sending it back to another committee, I don't think that's going to change. And I think it is important that residents who serve on this board have they need to be a stakeholder in the community, or to live in the community. And I think that that's important, especially when we look at a lot of our neighborhoods and how they've been. People wonder why some of our meetings last so long, is because Flint has had so much emergency management. We're rebuilding it. And that's a big part of it. And we've got work to do. And I would like to build it with people who live in the city, who have a vested interest, who, if they call 911, they can't get a police officer, they understand what you're going through. People who live in the townships they're not numb to gunshots or when they call 911. It's a different type of living in Flint. Flint is unique, and there's a lot of issues. And I think we need to stick with the charter. I think that that's important with this and all of the appointments for that 3/4 body. But do we know who's actually on this committee? The resident? Yes, through you to Ms. Chair, to City Clerk. Do we know the other residents' addresses? Are they Flint residents or?
I know we have several new appointments. I think that was the only one that was a question about, was Ms. Young.
I'm speaking to the one from Ms. Geraldine's board. I know she has some things which were time of the essence to get some things done.
Right, I think that was the only one that had any issue. But and that was what I was going to suggest too, is looking in the previous, I do a history just to see if there weren't any that were, but I believe that was the only one that had a question about it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Burns, are you done?
I'm done, thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? So I will go last, and I too will not be supporting this. If it was an 11-person board, then I would be more lenient about the residency requirement. But since there's only 5 votes, I think it's imperative that we have residents' skin in the game, and residents making decisions for residents, especially that small of a board. Ms. Redmond, I want somebody here with your passion. I mean, the last person that we appointed showed up. I think we ran long, so we didn't get a chance to speak with them. But every appointment, you're here. And to Mr. Mays' point, she's not here to try to tell us her qualifications and everything else. So based on the residency alone, I will not be supporting this. So, and I can count votes. So Madam Clerk, roll call. And this is the motion to send it to Special Affairs. 220540.
Mr. Mays,
No.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
No.
Ms. Priestley,
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Vote is 1 yes, 6 no.
1 yes, 6 no. That motion fails. Back under the original motion in the first round to send it to council. Mr. Meza spoke and Dr. Lewis spoke. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Moving to the second round. Anybody in the second round? In the second round, hearing no one, Madam Clerk, roll call to send 220540 to City Council.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Mays?
No.
The vote is 1 yes, 6 no.
1 yes, 6 no. That motion fails.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mays.
I would like to see if it could be ordered dropped without objections.
I think we kind of just did that, right?
I think we did.
Mhm.
So then I will order 220540 to be postponed indefinitely without objection. So ordered. I will take a motion to amend 220542 to add the address, and that would be 220542.1.
So moved.
It's been moved, and is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by Dr. Lewis. Any discussion on amending 220542 to add the address?
And there's,
One second. City Clerk, you want to add something?
I'm sorry, I just want to point out also that they did, excuse me, amend the term ending date from.
Point of information, through you to the speaker. Could you speak up? I can't quite hear you.
Okay, I just want to point out that the other amendment was that the term ending date was changed from December 1st, 2023 to January 1st, 2024. And I think that was just because it had to fit that format. So they did change that term ending as well.
Okay. So everybody, you understand, Mr. Mays?
Point of information to you. I'm trying to see what all is being amended.
So the amendments, there's two amendments. One was to add the applicant's address. And
Which is,
it's on the agenda. There's point one. It's listed on there, the 3418 Holly. And then
3418 what?
Holly Avenue,
Can you spell that?
Holly.
Holly Avenue?
Point of
Yes.
information.
What's your point?
Mr. Mays, did you know that was in the fourth ward?
Say what?
That's in the fourth ward.
You
Did know
familiar
that?
with the street?
Yes.
So, and Mr. Mays, the second amendment was to change the expiration date of the term from December 1st, 2023 to January 1st, 2024. So it's a 30-day addition, 31-day addition to the term of this appointment. So I think, any discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? Madam Clerk, roll call on amending 220542 to point one.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
5 yes, 2 no. I'll take a motion for the point one. Anyone?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to move 220542.1 to council.
Motion to send 220542.1 to council. Is there support?
Support.
Been moved and properly supported. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mays.
through you to my colleagues in the 5th and 6th Ward. Do you mind telling me why you oppose this or what you're thinking, or you rather just say nothing?
Oh, I'll speak when it comes.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Any more discussion in the first round?
Yes,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Chair. I'll be voting no for this appointment because the Building Code Board of Appeals is under the Planning and Development. And Kristen is the daughter of Suzanne Wilcox. And in my opinion, that's a conflict of interest. So I'll be voting no on this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round? Second round. So Madam Clerk, roll call on 220542.1 to send to council.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
No.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
4 yes, 3 no. That fails. Is there a pleasure? Okay. On to appointment 230008. What's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move 230008 to council.
Motion to amend 230008 to council. Any support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by Dr. Lewis. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
I'm sure I could find out the long way by reading, but through you to Mr. Joe King, if he could approach.
Mr. King?
Last I knew, Mr. King was the, I think, Vice President of the Ethics and Accountability Board. I'll call him Mr. Joe. Well, he know Martin Luther King. But Mr. King, how many members are there now? It should be, what, a total of 11?
Yeah, I think we have 8 now.
And about how many have y'all been working with? Do you know?
I'm sorry, repeat yourself.
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
Say that again.
I didn't understand what you asked me.
About, we fixing to vote to replace, it looked like this appointment will replace Pastor Hawkins.
Yes.
Other than Pastor Hawkins, do you know if y'all missing any other members?
Yes, we're missing 1, 2, 3.
3. And so there's 3 openings, including this one, or 3 openings plus this one?
Point of information. I think it's plus this one.
Beg your pardon?
I believe it's plus this one. So I believe it's total of 4.
Well,
So 4.
No, I'm trying to count them up there. I'm not absolutely sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question. Have y'all started looking for a new ombudsperson yet?
We started that in September.
Beg your pardon?
We started that in September.
So y'all in that process now?
Right.
Okay. And how y'all been doing budget-wise without the ombudsperson? Have you been having resources to conduct your meeting? Have you been getting cooperation from legal, any staff necessities?
Well,
What do you need at this point?
Point
We
of
got a
information.
committee working on that now.
Point of
In fact,
information.
they met today, so I'm not.
Mr. King, is it true that you guys appointed an interim ombudsperson?
Right now, yes.
So who is that interim ombudsperson?
That's Ms. Lil. She was working, she was
Who?
assistant. Ms. Lilla, she was assistant to the, our other ombudsperson. She been there all the time.
And when did she get appointed interim?
October.
October?
Yeah.
October, November, December, January. Do that 90-day interim language in the charter affect her where she would become permanent? Do you know?
No, we do not know. And that's something for legal to let us know.
Beg your pardon?
We do not know. That's something for legal to let us know.
Yeah, and so with that language and all these other appointments that's interim, if nobody made a move, in some cases, she could become permanent in other positions. What day in October, do you know, when she was appointed?
No, I couldn't get you a date at this time.
We'll see what
in fact-
happens with
fact-
that.
In fact, I can tell you it's around the first because I was out of state.
Yeah,
I
through
wasn't
you,
here.
Mr.
But
Chairman,
what
to
what I
legal.
can- what
I want
can-
to see if we can get a legal opinion on that interim appointment and what happens, if anything, after 90 days. Do you need that request in writing as well?
I do, please, Councilman Mays.
You can handle that through you, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Donahue. Is it something she want to say?
Ms. Donahue?
The, her appointment was Tuesday, October 4th.
Tuesday, October 4th. So October, November, December. So what I'm listening to, Mr. King, y'all can check it out. It might not apply, but she's been interim, it sounds like, more than 90 days. So she might be really the ombudsperson after 90 days. I don't know. But even if she is, there's probably language where y'all can keep them and let them go. But that's an interesting dilemma under the new charter as it relates to all the other interim appointments and whether they become permanent after 90 days. I'm going to support this resolution dealing with, it looked like the name is Mr. Rodriguez. Are you familiar with him, Mr. King?
Yes, I am.
Do anybody on this council know what ward he's from? The 8th ward. And that's your recommendation.
No, I have no idea about this appointment. I know who he is. I'm out of turn.
What's your position? I'm gonna listen to the 8th ward council person and see if the mayor, because the mayor get his own appointments. Who's
the mayor-
bringing this appointment?
the
If it's
mayor.
not you, Mr. Piper, because the mayor get 2 and every council person get 1. Through you, Mr. Piper, to Mr. King, was you saying something in regards to that?
Yeah, I was gonna let you know, the mayor have 2 appointments. He can appoint
That's
to
correct.
the board, and each council people can
And if he
appoint-
didn't know nothing about it, this is his appointment. Well, let me ask this question. Does the mayor still have Art Evans on there?
Yes, they do.
What do the
Pastor
mayor?
Pastor Hawkins was the mayor appointee. He resigned.
Okay,
So he
so,
was replaced by Mr.
Okay.
Rodriguez.
so that was the 2, Mr.
That's
Art
right.
Evans and Pastor Hawkins. Both of them were the mayoral appointees.
Correct.
So do we know if the 8th ward have anybody on there right now? Do you know if you've got somebody? Who have you got on there?
Billy William Harris.
Okay, I remember that. That's the guy who ran. Yeah, he a pastor type guy.
Mr. Harris, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so he's there for.
Reverend Harris, I mean.
So now it makes sense to me. Pastor Hawkins was one of the mayor appointees, and he wasn't attending. Did he resign?
He resigned.
But y'all bylaws, he had missed so many meetings, y'all bylaws really said he should already be gone.
He
Am I
resigned.
right?
He resigned.
But your bylaws said on attendance, y'all had some rules about attendance, correct?
We have attendance rule. I'm not saying,
Whether they was enforced or not, I mean, I'll be watching this stuff.
Yeah.
We got rules that ain't enforced too, and that's problematic in the city of Flint. Under the circumstances of me getting to the bottom of these 11 and the 2 mayor appointees, hopefully his attendance record will be better than Mr. Hawkins. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Mr. Murphy?
Yes, just to piggyback on what my colleague in the first ward said, I think that's problematic that they appointed interim ombudsman on October the 4th, and it is a 90-day appointment, or you automatically, I believe, get into the
Point of
primary.
information. So it's not for the clerk, city attorney, or ombudsman. That does not apply to
Don't
them.
apply.
Does not apply to them.
What you
The
mean?
90 days does not apply to the clerk, the city attorney, or the ombudsperson.
Point of information, and you're citing the charter?
Yes.
What section?
1-501D in point 1 for further reading. So if I may, it says interim appointments except as to the clerk, the city attorney, and ombudsperson. And then it goes down to say the 90 days. So that is not
Okay.
effective for that.
That's
those-
just for department heads.
for those 3 positions.
That's good to know, if I may.
Okay, thank you for clearing that
So
up.
you still have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
What's
Can
your
I
point?
be excused?
You may, sir. Mr. Murphy, are you done? Okay. Anyone else in the first round? Then I will wrap up in the first round, and he's in my ward. I think I've met him once, and he works he used to work for the DPW or something. And when I met him, he was out doing some part-time looking for, or he was surveying for, I believe, sidewalk replacement, part of the 50/50 program. So he was out doing surveys for that. But I don't know him specifically, nor was I consulted about this. So I just want to put that on the record. I will support it, but I'm just putting that on the record. Anyone in the second round? Second round? Second round.
Madam Chair,
Nope. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I want to apologize to the Ethics and Accountability Board because you don't have a representation from the 4th Ward on that board body. And I have been trying. So I'm glad that someone is coming forward to fill this vacancy for you. And I hope that if anybody here is listening to my voice from the 4th Ward and would like to serve on a board, that they contact me, because I have asked many, many people to serve on different boards without any volunteers. So I applaud you for your dedication. It's not easy. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call on sending 230008 to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Byrne?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. That'll move to council. What's the pleasure of the body for that one? doesn't need to come out.
Yeah,
Hold on 1 second.
That's one we, that's one that we got amendment. For Ms. Redmond.
So can
what
we,
is the,
can,
I gave you the bylaws. It's in the bylaws. Okay, I'm sorry. This is for Ms. Redmond's appointment. And per the bylaws, 1 member shall be a resident commissioner. And Ms. Redmond is that resident commissioner, which means basically that she lives on one of the properties. So it should say that in her resolution. So we just need to add language that says reappointment of Ms. Geraldine Redmond to serve a 5-year term on the Flint Housing Commission as the resident commissioner. That language should be somewhere in the resolution.
Ms. Priestley?
I'd like to make a motion to amend resolution appointment 230008
Okay, there's a motion to amend 230009 to appoint one to add the language that Ms. Redmond would be the resident commissioner of the Flint Housing Commission. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by Mr. Murphy. Any discussion? Any discussion in the first round? Moving to the second round, any discussion in the second round?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
For me, Ms. Geraldine Redmond, through this appointment process thus far, whether she's here or not on Monday, I'm going to support it from the point it came to the point it finishes. She has proven to be an epitome of the appointment process as it relates to people who want us to appoint them. We see it in every legislative body, from Flint to Lansing to what I see on TV in Washington. I'm thinking that appointments and people wanting to get appointed by this legislative body need to come forward and should come forward. And we should be able to meet them. The community should be able to meet them and hear from them. And we should take these appointments more seriously. So my hat is literally off to you through this appointment process. And I'll be glad to appoint Ms. Redmond, or reappoint Ms. Redmond to the Flint Housing Commission Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else in the second round? Second round. Okay, then we are on to Madam Clerk, roll call for amending 230009 to point one to add the language that Ms. Redmond is the resident commissioner of Flint Board of Housing Commission.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. What's the pleasure of the body on the point one?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to make a motion to move 230009.1 to council.
Motion to send 230009.1 to council. Support.
Support.
Supported by Mr. Murphy. Any discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
as a fourth ward resident, I'm very proud to support Miss Geraldine Redmond to this board.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I do, support Geraldine Redmond, but, Geraldine, just to, for the record, I am, gravely concerned about the, $500,000 neighborhood choice grant that was submitted and was received on behalf of River Park Apartments. I am concerned that they are, relocating residents in a concentrated downtown area and vacating our community. Hopefully, there has not been already plans to find a designated location prior to talking to the residents of the River Park Apartments to see what it is that they want to do in this planning process. I'll be getting involved as a council person attending.
Point of
the-
order.
What's your point?
Is this germane to Ms. Redmond's appointment?
I'm going to allow it since he's talking about the Housing Commission and their.
I don't think it's germane.
Thank
You have
you.
the floor.
We have conversation already. And we will be meeting to discuss, but I am concerned, and I just want you to know, I do support your appointment, but I am concerned about if there's already a plan prior to them getting with the residents, just for you to be aware in your board. And I look forward to having meetings with River Park residents, and I look forward to working with you guys to see the progress in Audrey's Place and all of that great stuff that you guys are doing with the Housing Commission. But I am concerned about what the direction of River Park residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round? Second round,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
I believe you spoke first in the second round.
in the second
Yeah,
round,
because nobody spoke in the first round, but I'll allow you, I'll allow, go ahead.
yeah, I might have spoken the first round. I don't know.
Go ahead, sir.
If I did speak in the second round, we can move forward.
I have that you spoke first in the second round, so, but I'll allow you, if you have a few words, and go ahead.
No, I'll deal with it later.
Okay. Anyone else in the second round? Madam Clerk, roll call on sending 230009.1 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Mr. Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. That moves to council. What's the pleasure of the body for 230010?
Chair,
Ms.
make
Priestley.
motion to move 230010 to council.
Motion to send 230010 to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by Dr. Lewis. Any discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Burns.
thank you. What was the appointment date and time for the prior person who held before Dr. Beverly Walker Graffia? She's taking Dr. Wentz. Do we have the prior date of, I believe Dr. McCamala? Before it was, I think Dr. McCamala, and then it was Wentz Hall. Do we know Madam Clerk, do you have do you know when I think Mrs. Hall was finishing out the term of Dr. McCamala, I believe.
I'm not sure, but I could look it up for you. I don't know if this is an exact, some of these boards have exact terms, but I can do a search just to see.
Okay, is this a 4-year term board?
I'm not sure. Her term is 3 years. I'm not sure if this is one of those staggered or
The
not.
staggered one?
But I could send you that information
Okay,
tomorrow.
thank you.
Okay, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I missed some of the
Mr. Mason.
communications. I'm reading the resolution by way of background. Winters Hall was appointed to a 3-year term, which expired January 2nd, 2023. Beverly Walker Griffey, if I'm pronouncing it right. That's the president of Mott Community College, correct? Yeah, that's the president of Mott Community College. And that's 1502. Yeah, that's the president of Mott Community College. The resume says it from 214 to present. The motion is what, to move it to council?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. Okay, thanks.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Then I will go. I'm sorry.
That point of order, that was the second round.
That's the first round. This is the first round.
I thought you said the second round. I thought I was the first to speak in the second round.
No, I believe Ms. Burns spoke first in the first round.
Yeah.
So this is still the first round. Anyone else in the first round? Dr.
Yeah.
Lewis?
Thank you. So this is just a general statement. I think that council, that we need to come up with a list of expectations for appointees. So if we expect them to be here, we need to make sure that that's really, really clear. Because if that's the case, we only had one appointee here tonight, so we should have been just going forward with one person. So we need to really, nail down a list of expectations. So we expect you to have your resume. We expect you to be a resident of the city of Flint. we need to have all these expectations nailed down so people won't waste their time, energies, and efforts. Because I trust that a lot of people on this sheet did not know that it was in any kind of expectation for them to be here. I had people, a lot of people have expressed that. And I don't want people to be discounted because of ill information and misinformation. We suffer from that in the city too much. Either we are ill-informed or we are not informed. And I don't want anyone missing out because of the lack of information. So just going forward, we really need to think about when we have these appointments, is it mandatory for them to be here? If so, let's request all appointments to be here. So everything could be on the same page, because we don't want it to appear that we are not voting for one person because they were not here to persuade you, and then we vote for the rest of everyone else on the list, and they were not here either. So just some things to keep in mind so we can have uniformity and consistency on council. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? I will go, and I will just try to answer Councilwoman Burns' question. So Ms. Burns, Ms. Hall was appointed apparently in February 10th-ish of 2020 to serve out the remainder of Dr. McCullough's term, which expired on December 31st, 2020. So this was she reappointed or did she continue to serve? Because this resolution says that her term expired in 2023. So if she was, Ms. Hall was reappointed, I don't see that. So is this resolution wrong? And she continued to serve since December 31st of 2020? Or was she reappointed? And was she?
Mr. Chair, I don't think she was reappointed.
So
Yeah.
is this resolution incorrect, Madam Clerk?
That is part of the issues that we've been having with this, just what the terms are and the term endings and having,
So if the term starting and ending, is this starting and ending about the one that is up for appointment now, correct?
according to the per legal, and this is what came through. This is how it came through. So I'm going to have to say yes, barring any research to the contrary.
Okay.
So when we have differences of, we get an opinion from the legal department, but all I can go on is what is in the system for council.
Well, what should be in the system from
Point
council?
of information.
Mr. Mays.
Who drafted this resolution? The legal department? It says approved as the form, but who drafted it?
If I can't speak to that, honestly. It doesn't say.
Yeah.
But these came from the mayor's office, so.
So, Madam Clerk, I mean, I want to get this right, and I'm not opposed to this, to the appointee.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Once we deal with this motion, maybe we can stop it by special
Yeah.
affairs once we proceed with this proceeding.
Yeah, that's what my point is. Well, somebody's got to make an amendment motion so that we can stop it by special affairs to correct this, because Madam Clerk, Resolution 200018 is Ms. Hall's appointment that went through council in year 2000 or 2020. So I think that should be a continuation of this. So I want to, if there's somebody going to make an amended motion,
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to make an amended motion to send 230010 to special affairs.
Motion to send 230010 Special Affairs. Is there support?
Second,
Mr.
if I
Mays?
may.
Yep, seconded by Mr. Mays. Any discussion in the first round?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays?
That would give the clerk and legal time to sort this out through you to the city attorney who's present. I don't know if you need this in writing, but based on the issues that you've heard raised, you've heard the issues raised, Mr. City Attorney. Have you made any notes?
I have not made notes, so if you could put it in writing.
See, here we go again. I think the notes that I think they want you to take is when did Mr. McCummela's term expire? And did Ms. Winters Hall serve out that term, which might have expired, according to some information, maybe December? And with the new term start in December and end in December versus starting in January and ending in January. Mr. Chairman, was the McCummela term expired in December, you said?
Correct. And she was,
Right.
and Ms. Hall was appointed in February.
She might have continued to serve beyond the expiration of the term. So what we want to do is get it right. We want to see when this term should technically start and when it technically ends.
So is this, Councilman Mays, is this based on someone else's term that you're asking the question?
Yeah, Winters Hall was fulfilling somebody's term when she came in. And so if he'll explain it to you. While he's doing that, Ms. Donahue, can you shoot an email to them to take that work off of y'all and put it on them? That's the best way for me to say that.
Yes, I can.
And then we'll see what information we have by special affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the, I think we're first round. First round? Anyone in the second round? Second round to send 230010 Special Affairs. Seeing no one, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Mays.
Who?
Mr. Mays.
That would be a yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. That will go to Special Affairs. We are on to appointment 230018. What's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chair, make a motion to 230018 to council.
Okay, motion to send 230018 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported.
Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion in the first round? Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you to my colleague in the second ward, I think it's clear that it should be a resume attached. We've approved many appointments who the people was not here.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Did he just say to his colleague in the second ward?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm addressing what you were saying about defining our expectations for appointees. Over the years, I've approved of many appointees who's not been here. I call Miss Redmond an epitome because she's been here through each of the processes. I don't know. I mean, I would probably be in favor of it that they should all be here, but we would have to probably change council rules. For example, if we started out with finance and they were in governmental operations, I would want to start out with governmental operations in order to get them in and out of here as we go through the appointment process. It hasn't been a mandate for me that they be here, but they can help themselves if they do. There's some people who I don't know. I don't know unless I've seen this person and say, oh, okay, that's Sharon Reeves. And sometime I like to ask questions of that person as it relates to resume or whatever. So I have no problem with the council coming up with a uniform way of expectations for appointees. But I don't want you to misread what has went on here when you talk about them being present. I don't want you to, or this council to come up with expectations and then the council rules haven't been amended properly or changed. Because in some cases, you might want to have the governmental operations committee first. But I'm going to leave it at that, Mr. Chairman, because when I'm talking and trying to be a certain way and folks is talking to each other and I'm really talking to them, they might can multitask, Mr. Moore, and hear it, but I'm going to leave it alone because I'm going to go back to being Councilman Mays. It's just the way it is on this council. When folk talk to me, I try to give them my attention, and maybe folk can multitask better than me. But I'm going to leave it at that, Mr. Chairman, and go back to my regular ways. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else wishing to discuss this in the first round? Anyone else in the first round?
Yeah,
Dr. Lewis.
thank you. So I'd like to thank my colleague in the first ward for that. I was listening, I heard everything you said. And so, so hopefully we can, I don't want to be in uniform. I don't want to make it look like that we were having unrealistic expectations for others that are not set for everyone. And so as we go forward, there's some things to keep in mind because, like, again, some people may not have known that they were up for appointment. Some people did not know that they were up for appointment. So we just want to make sure that we are just fair and uniform across the board. It takes nothing to lay out a plan that states, okay, we prefer, well, it is recommended for you to, to come to council. And then also it is required. I believe it does say somewhere that we're required to submit resume. And then, for us to just tease this out, so we won't have to go back and forth and waste useless time on things that are written in stone, that are set very clear. Again, let's take the mystique out of this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. This appointment for Sharon Reeves, in the resolution, it says replacing Quincy Murphy, who is stepping down. I never said I was stepping down. I am not. What I wanted, and I requested for my colleague, the president, to I told her that I would like to be reappointed as a council appointment on the MTA board. What happened was when Dane Wallen was the mayor, I was appointed on the MTA board, and Karen Weaver, former Mayor Karen Weaver, reappointed me. And then I think I was reappointed when Sheldon Neely became mayor. I was an appointee on the MTA board by the mayors, the previous mayors. Herb Winfrey was the representative for city council, and he's no longer serving on the MTA board because he was the appointment for the council. So I was asking my council president, Ali, to bring a resolution to council for me to be appointed on, with the approval of this body, as a council appointment. But I do have to be removed off for the mayor's appointment because I can't be appointed by the mayor and city council. So this is to fix that right there. Whether I stay on there or not until appointment on city council, whether it be me or somebody else, I'm not sure how that works. Do I stay on there as an appointment until we appoint either me or somebody else on the MTA board? So that's what this is doing here. But I didn't really like the wording that say I'm stepping down, because I never said I'm stepping down. I never told the mayor I was stepping down. But I am I do have to be removed as the mayor appointment. But if they could have kept the stepping down off, that would have, I don't like the last part, stepping down part. I don't like that, because that means I'm off the MTA board and I can't even serve as an interim as the city council person. So I never said stepping down, but I am being removed as a mayor's appointment. So that's that right there.
Okay.
But I support whoever he's want to appoint on the MTA board.
Okay. And you done, Mr. Murphy? Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else on the first round? Okay, moving to the.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Moving to the second round, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I go to the second round. I would look for a resignation letter or something. I'm not going to vote on this resolution at this time with the word stepping down and what's just been put on the record. That ain't my style. I don't know if they want to amend it to a .1 or change it, but at the same time, I'm not going to appoint somebody over an appointment. I don't know if folks want to get it together, but a resignation letter might suffice. Some communications, more so than what I've heard here, but under the circumstances, the motion was to move this to council. I won't vote to move it to council in light of what I've heard on the record. And I'll wait to see who says and does what in the future. That's for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else wishing to speak
Yes.
in the second
I'll,
round? Mr. Murphy?
On that note, I'll have something by Monday, special affairs in writing for my colleagues.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
through you to Mr. Murphy. So you never stated to them that you were stepping down? What term
we
did
had
you?
we had a discussion about the appointments, and I was aware that we needed to do something because I could not serve as city council and be appointee of the mayor. So we did have a discussion, and I don't mind moving forward with this, but I didn't just say I was stepping down, because it almost seems as if I didn't want to be on the MTA board because I knew Herb Winfrey was the appointment for the city council. So because I've been on there and know the ins and outs, it kind of would have made sense for me to stay on there as that appointment, because Herb Winfrey have not been there.
Right.
But I never said, okay, I'm just want to step down. I knew, but I did know we had to move, and he just moving on it. So I don't disagree with what he's trying to do, and we need to fix it. That's why I said I'll have something by Monday.
Yeah. So we've never appointed a council person yet to take Mr. Winfrey's place.
No.
Yeah, we got to do better. We got to do better with making sure these appointments are right. Yeah, I think so. You're going to submit a resignation, and yeah, so that we can do this right. I agree. Stepping down to what?
Let's just move it to special affairs, and then I'll have something by then.
Okay. Did someone amend? I'll like to amend the resolution 230018, amended to move this resolution to special affairs.
Motion to send 230018 to special affairs. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by Mr. Murphy. Any discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. So just going back to what I was attempting to say about having like a protocol. So if you are stepping down from a spot, we need to have a letter of resignation. If you are, and then if you're not stepping down, it's not like you are being transferred, replaced, but it's not stepping down. It looks like we need to, again, put that into our wording as we move forward with the whole appointment process, just to make sure things are smooth. Because we don't want to make it look like we're lying. Because like we are saying Quincy stepped down. He didn't. And also it makes sense to have people, as stated before, if you're leaving one position to the next, even if I'm moving from this seat to the next, we must document that I left this seat and I'm moving over to the next. So again, all this just comes into our appointment protocol. And we need to consider this just so we can be uniform and standard in all of our operating. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round of the amended motion? Anyone in the second round?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
Do we know who sponsored or drafted this resolution? Mr. Murphy, through you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Murphy, did you talk to anybody other than Ms. Herkenroder?
No, this is my first time seeing this on, I didn't even know it was going to be on the agenda.
Yeah, and
No,
see,
I haven't talked to anybody, and then I did have a discussion with the mayor had a one-on-one meeting when he met with all the colleagues, but other than that, no, I did not know it was.
so you communicated with the mayor and Ms. Herkenroder about this?
I talked to Herkenroder briefly.
And the reason I asked,
Well-
because somebody initiated the drafting, and that's coming up a lot for me. I might even want to change the way we do resolutions. I might want a line to say who drafted it. The city attorney only, it says approved as to form. And so the city attorney's office approves as to form, but if there's no law that say we can't have, whether it was drafted by city council office, whether it was drafted by the mayor's office, whether it was drafted by, we had Mr. Murphy and Linda Poley early on draft a resolution. I think we want to seriously look at a line item where I can see who's drafting these things before people start signing off. Through you to the clerk, have you ever heard of that type of communications or request in all the years you've been here?
Somewhat. Right now, a lot of the resolutions come with the.
Beg your pardon?
Right now, a lot of the resolutions will have a staff review.
I couldn't hear you.
Most of the resolutions that come through have a staff review, and whoever drafted it is pretty much
Is
on
in the
that
staff review.
These aren't on here, and again, I can't really speak to it, but I see they're by the mayor. So my assumption would be that they were drafted by the legal department on behalf of the mayor.
So this one don't have a staff review,
No.
but the other ones have a staff review and we can kind of tell who drafted it.
Correct.
So we got to look at that because, this is a prime example of where I would be curious to know who's doing this work and bringing this stuff before us rather than just Attorney Kim's office approving us to form. Now, whoever approving it as to form should know who bringing it to them. But we don't know. And if I say through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city attorney who's here now, and to the city attorney, you know who drafted and brought this?
I do not.
See, that's what I figured, but I don't like to take nothing for granted. Will I vote to move it to Special Affairs Council appointee as I hear this develop? I don't want to mislead nobody. I'll take it step by step. And the first step is I'll vote to send it to Special Affairs and we'll see what happens then. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else wishing to speak in the second round? Second round? Second round. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call to send, where were we at? 230018 to Special Affairs.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. That'll move to Special Affairs. What's the pleasure of the body for 230019?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to move 230019 to council.
Motion to send 230019 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by Dr. Lewis. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
This is an appointment to the Downtown Development Authority. And I'm very concerned about the makeup and who's dealing and who's doing on the Downtown Development Authority. I haven't read Mr. Rodney Lantane's resume. I'm really taking this appointment seriously. I don't know what his thoughts and philosophies are. We get a lot of complaints about those meters. So I'm gonna try to make an amended motion to stop this by Special Affairs. And I hope to meet Mr. Rodney Lantine, or Lantine, or however you say it. And I'm gonna ask after I make the motion or before, I haven't made it yet, through you to the clerk, Ms. Donahue. Can our staff make contact with him and give him my number? And he can call me and I'll tell him that I want to meet or talk with him. But I'm requesting that at this time. If he can make it, fine, I'll find out. But I want to see if staff can put me in touch with this guy. I see a phone number here at the bottom with a area code.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Did you know that he's the president of the Flint Institute of Music?
Do I know he's the president and chief executive officer of the Flint Institute of Music? I see it in bold print. That's all I know. Like I say, I haven't read it, but that bold print in the second paragraph, as I scanned through it, yeah, I seen that even before I start talking, but sometimes that don't impress me because you could put, what's the guy's name? Ridgway White. You could put Tim Herman, and I still don't know how I would vote, and I kind of know those guys. Now, Ridgway White, I like him. He told me before he was president of the Mott Foundation, anything you need, Councilman Mays, he said he liked me. He said, you can put on notebook paper and give it to me. I ain't did it to this day, but I like a guy like that. And so that was for many years, and we talk about it and laugh and joke now. Tim Herman, I know him, he treats me with respect. He come out of Powers. I was a Flint Northern guy, but I don't know the president and chief executive officer of the Flint Institute of Music, and I want to communicate with him. I have that right. And so, as I was saying, Madam Clerk, see if we can put us in touch with each other between now and Monday. I move to amend the motion to stop this appointment by Special Affairs, and I so move.
Okay, there's a motion to send 230019 to Special Affairs. Is there support?
Support.
Support of Mr. Murphy. Any discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. I support this appointment for the DDA, but I do have a problem with the operations downtown, especially the meters. That's something that has not been resolved. Just recently, I went to the court hearing for that we got subpoenaed to do, and while I was putting money in the meter, it was taking my money, but it was not moving the time. And it's been problematic since we've been elected, and probably even prior to us. And there's just been a lot of people that have problems with those meters, and whoever we point on the board, whoever running the DDA, I think it's equally important that they address this issue. And I'm sure I know it's probably hundreds of tickets of people that done got tickets from these faulty meters. And when we down there and we trying to take care of business, I don't have time to be trying to run in. If anybody like me that probably run late, you don't have time to be running late, trying to get in there, trying to put money in there, trying to call DDA and take pictures and all of that different kind of stuff. I be on the move. I don't have time. And I don't think that should be our thing to go down there and try to play with them machines. And we ought to be looking at how can we help resolve these massive amount of tickets that residents is probably getting and still getting in the mail. And I'm sure I probably got a ticket on the way in the mail from me putting money in there and the thing wasn't even moving. I ain't got time for all of that. And I know if it's happening to me, it's happening to a whole bunch of other people. Maybe it didn't happen to none of my colleagues. Maybe you guys never got no ticket. Maybe y'all just all that in a bag of chips. But I'm just saying, the meters, they should take that snow plow thing and plow them things down. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else in the first
Mr.
round?
Chair.
Hold on.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not in favor of sending this to special affairs. We're loading up special affairs so much right now. We've got all the finance that never got discussed. We've got all these other appointments going on, and there's no necessarily a need to get more information from this person to be appointed at this position. So I'm going to vote against sending this to special affairs.
Okay. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I'm going to vote to send it to special affairs because in my opinion, we should have finished out the finance committee meeting. So, so be it. We'll have a long agenda for special affairs. But yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Murphy. I think we should have a special order again, because there are some questions. I've been getting a lot of complaints about the meters. My uncle called me, cussing me out about the meters. And I said, "Woohoo, I don't have anything to do with those meters, but I can see what I can do to help you." So I would like to let's do a special order, if I can.
In government ops?
Yeah, in governmental operations.
Okay, we can add that to agenda for the next meeting.
And can we have Ms. May here, the director of DDA? If she can come.
Madam Clerk, you make those arrangements?
Yeah, because we do need to discuss the meters and see what's going on. Because, I mean, and I think too, if you pull up to a meter and you sit in your car and you're trying to get, your things together, I think you only have maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes? You have 5 minutes. If you don't make it to your meter in time to pay, you're going to get a $25 ticket, something like that. So, yeah, I think we should have a special
I will order
meeting.
that added to the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. Whoever we appoint to the DDA, to me, is really important. And it would be nice if generally in the past procedures, you would see those people who were nominated would come to council. And that way we could, you could have questions, you get to meet them. Because at some point, we won't ever get to meet these people. And with the DDA, there's a lot of things that are going on downtown. A lot of great things are going to be happening downtown. And the meters are terrible. There was someone who got a ticket. I was out to lunch with someone last week. This person got a ticket and they weren't even there. So we have got a problem, and I'll share with you because that person is in your ward who got it. Now they're in the 8th ward and they weren't even there. So it's fair to say with those meters, they're a problem. I believe there's another year left on those meters to where the city of Flint has got to keep the meters or be fined. They would be in breach of contract with the meters. I've got tickets. My sister has her business downtown, Drinks of Essence in Buckingham Alley. She just moved downtown, which I'm proud of her. And one of the issues is the meters. I mean, the meters, they don't work. They won't take credit cards. They will shoot your coins back out at you, or you can't get a coin in there. So the meters are just plain awful. And they used to didn't even be on the side streets because they're on the side streets now. So you cannot really avoid parking where there isn't a meter because they got you on that one. I mean, they were some good meter placers because they're up and down the entire Saginaw, the side streets. So you're going to have to pay and the meters don't work. But to get a ticket when you're at home, that is telling you something is really, really wrong. And those meters are faulty. And we do have, I believe, like I said, another year. So I want to make sure with coming up for this summer and the different events, it would be nice to know who's on this board because downtown, it is important that our nucleus, which is downtown, is thriving in order for it to survive out through the rest, the north, south, east, and west side of Flint, along with the suburbs. How Flint is doing is important how the suburbs do. And I think that board is a very important board when we talk about who's on that board and do they understand the demographics, because Flint has really our downtown has went through a whole bunch of changes. They removed those bricks, took the bricks up, put them back down. They did some of everything. Parking down the middle, and parking has been changed. And this is a very important position. And I would like to speak I've got a couple of questions I would like to ask Ms. May in regards to a couple of things downtown and their calendar that's coming out, events. Because there was a lot of events. I like to see that calendar out, and what's on it. So I am going to send it to Special Affairs. I will be doing that. And I would hope that this recommendation, that this person can come, because Special Affairs is our first meeting, that they could come, Mr. Forget his name, Rodney Lantine, if he could come so we could ask him some questions. So that to me is important. That DDA board, I mean, they've got new things coming down there. In fact, they got a new club. It's a club coming down for, I call it old folks now, 30 and up. That's going to be down there. And that's going to be a parking issue. Where the Everson was, there's a new club that's coming down there for 30 and up. And parking is an issue. So whoever's on that board, it's important. I love downtown venues. And I want to see it thrive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I believe everybody spoke in the first round, so I will speak and say I will not be supporting sending this to Special Affairs. I think it should stay exactly where it is on this committee because we're not doing our due diligence. This address is the Flint Journal building. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's condos in the Flint Journal building. So, it's just a throwaway
Point of
address.
information, What did you say?
I said this address is the old Flint Journal building. So we're not getting, what's that?
It's apartments that are there.
There's apartments in the
There
Flint
are
Journal?
apartments. They reuse that property, yeah.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Yeah. They're nice apartments.
I stand corrected. I did not
Very
know
nice.
that. In the Flint Journal building?
And they reuse that property, yes, yes.
Hmm.
They took something out of the book of the old, like your large municipality. It's very nice. So they repurposed that space.
Oh, I did not know. I stand corrected. Then I have no issues with this. I mean, I've got plenty of issues with the with the DDA and these parking meters. I mean, I think you guys are talked every point to, just the other day when we had to go to court, wouldn't take my credit card. And just so happened I had 2 emergency quarters. 2 emergency quarters. Like, I don't carry change. It's 2 emergency quarters. I don't know. So now I got to find change to replace my 2 emergency quarters. And to be honest with you, I think that the meters stop. I'm just going to say it. They stop poor people from coming downtown. They're a deterrent to every business downtown. They're a deterrent to bring anyone downtown. And I think they need to go away, plain and simple. So I guess I will support sending this to special affairs now that I know that people live in that building, which is crazy. Anyone in the second round?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as I listen to council, I don't want to punish Mr. Rodney Lantine or Lantine on his opportunity to be appointed, but I do want to hear his philosophy as it relates to some of the issues that we have before I make the appointment. And that's important with me on this particular board. As far as the meters in front of City Hall, and that discussion has went on, we can create ordinances to govern the placement of meters downtown. And so I don't want us to just lean on the board and Ms. May, because there are some things we can do by ordinance as it relates to meters downtown. And I've been listening to 2 or 3 council persons or groups have discussion about these meters, and by ordinance, we haven't tried to tackle and solve the problem with the power we have. I was down in front of the old Flint Journal 2-3 weeks back or so, because somebody asked me to pick up a Sunday copy. It looked like it was deserted, but I tried to put money in the meter and my coins just kept coming out. I was familiar with what I call the 5-minute rule, and I'm like, I'm in a dilemma. They won't take my coins. I've been fooling with this for 2-3 minutes. I got to move. It's gonna take a picture and I'm gonna get a ticket. And I was trying to put money in the meter. I get calls from residents like that. So I don't know how they're handling the problem, but it's problematic. If the part of the meter that isn't taking coins or credit cards isn't functioning, but the part that takes a picture of your license plate and send it to your home is functioning, that's problematic. That's very problematic. And so it concerns me. When people come on this council, and then I'll close by saying this, one of the greatest lessons I think folk gonna learn is that each issue takes time. And people need to get it out of their mind about how long a standard council meeting meets. And Ms. Winfrey Carter made a point. That's very sarcastic to me that you would abruptly adjourn the Finance Committee meeting, send all of those resolutions to Special Affairs unnecessarily, and then say, I'm not going to vote to send this to Special Affairs because we're putting too much on there. That's kind of laughable to me. But I want to urge my colleagues from my experience, this is the third council, quit talking about how long it takes to take care of the city business, quit downing yourself, and look at this as the legislative body. And if you want to go home, make a motion to recess and come back in a day or two. But quit downing yourself. Quit portraying yourself like that to the public, because this is a very time-consuming job. And when you got 9 individuals who can speak for 5 minutes on one resolution, and you might have 7 resolutions on an agenda. Do the math. So quit saying that publicly. To me, when folks say that and don't understand this job, it's embarrassing. I'm going on 10 years, a variety of issues. And somewhere or another, we have to take care of the business of the city very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else in the second round?
Yeah, just briefly, I'm putting in a referral to see how many outstanding tickets we have that's been issued due to the people either not paying or the faulty parking meters. We just need to look at that data to see, you know, what have been their collectibles as far as how much have they collected in revenue by giving tickets. Because I'm sure they probably up in the hundreds and thousands probably. I might be exaggerating a little bit, but I'm sure they got a high volume of uncollectibles of people, including me, that ain't paid a parking ticket. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? Mr. Murphy, can you put that, and if you're going to send that, can you add that I want to see the budget and their finances? I mean, we supplement their stuff, so I think we should be able to.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Did you know that our audit was a little late this year due to the DDA not completing their audit?
Well, I'd like to see their audit.
Yeah. So their audit is complete. We just don't have a copy of it.
We don't have a copy of it. Are we supposed to get a copy of it?
We can request one.
Okay, I'd like to request that.
Yeah, put that in there.
Yeah. And then I believe that wraps up the second round. Madam Clerk, roll call to send 230019 to Special Affairs.
Miss.
Should be,
Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
6 yes, 1 no. That'll move to Special Affairs. What's the pleasure of the body for 230020?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, resolution 230020 is a resolution recommending the appointment of Martin Banks to the Ethics and Accountability Board. I would move that this resolution 230020 be sent to council.
Okay, there's a motion to send 230020 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by Ms. Priestley. I'm sorry, Mr. Priestley. Payback. Payback. Any discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
So this, Mr. Chair, through you to Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays, earlier you asked the question of how many seats does the mayor have and how many are filled. And so I believe this is also an appointment by the mayor. But
Point
who
of
else?
information.
What's your point?
Could you maybe check with Mr. King and see if he knows?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. King. Mr. King, can you please approach? Hi, Mr. King.
Yes.
Will Martin Banks, will he be replacing Arthur Evans?
Not that I know.
Has he still been
Miss-
serving on the board?
Well, as I know. Mr. Evans' term was 6 years, so unless he haven't told me he was resigning. And the only way he can, if he resigned, then that would be a replacement, but at this point, I don't know anything about it. Mr. Rodriguez is filling out a 6-year term.
Yeah,
And he replacing back up Pastor Hawkins.
right.
Well, as I know, both of those mayor's appointments are filled now. So if something else went on, I have no idea about it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because,
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Winfrey Carter, do you see the wording that's different on this resolution that say at-large member appointed by the mayor, and it wasn't on the other one?
right, but,
Point of information. This one we know was a mayor appointed. The other one didn't say that. We don't know. Do we?
well, yes, because,
Man, that's that for you.
They were worded different.
yeah, because the mayor had, well, Pastor Hawkins was the mayor's appointment. I do remember that. So he can't have 3 appointments. So we might need to stop this by special affairs. I don't know. What's the pleasure of this council? I'll just
Point
sit
of
back and,
Point of information. You got the floor. The amendment is up to
yeah,
you.
I'll amend the motion to stop this appointment by special affairs. We need some more information. Clerk Donahue, can you check this out for us?
Point of order.
Because,
What's your point?
You made the motion to amend and stop by special affairs.
yeah,
I'm willing to second it.
thank you.
Before you get into that.
So, okay, we're going to do that. So it's been moved and properly supported by Mr. Mays. Any discussion? Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Clerk Donahue. Clerk Donahue, can you, for special affairs, can you have a list of everyone who sits on the Ethics and Accountability Board and their appointment status? Because I know each council member should have an appointment, and the mayor will have 2 appointments, which makes an 11 person body.
Excuse me, yes, I can do that. I just want to point out, though, that Mr. Rodriguez's appointment is for a 3-year term. The one that you just moved to council, it was for a 3-year term to replace Pastor Hawkins.
Right.
So Mr. King said that, I thought he said both were 6-year terms, but it's
Oh,
not. That one's
yeah.
a 3-year, and the one for Mr. Banks is a 6-year.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
but
point that out.
but I know Pastor Hawkins, can you check to see if Pastor Hawkins was a mayoral appointment, appointed by the mayor,
Yes.
one of his appointments?
I'll try to provide something that has the current body plus who they replaced.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round of this amended motion to send it to special?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I think it has merit that we check and double check. I want to see the status of all, and that's a good request, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Not just look at the mayoral appointments, but see who we got, see what's open. Because when I look at this resolution, it says in paragraph 2, whereas the Ethics and Accountability Board consists of 11 members, with 2 at-large members appointed by the mayor, and each council person appointing 1 resident from their respective ward. We didn't have that paragraph in the other resolution for Mr. Rodriguez, did we? As I look back, I want to see if that language of the at-large is in the other resolution. It is, right. So that doesn't change nothing for me. But I didn't even realize it was in the first resolution when I did the point of information. So to you, when you were speaking, so it's in both resolutions. And so I want to find out just what you asked. I don't think we need to belabor this point anymore. I'd rather find it out in special affairs or before. Ms. Donahue, if and when you get the information, if it's before Monday, kind of let me know one way or another, and I will take it from there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Then I will use my time to just say that we need some help from the administration to get these boards and who's on the boards and terms and all of that stuff straight, because how long has this been vacant? How long has this seat been vacant? Like, I just, who did they resign and we just didn't have a vacancy? I mean, I'm on the website and I can't find anything. So I think all of this, all multi-member boards, bodies, the members should be on the website. So it's a little frustrating. So I will support sending this to Special Affairs. Is this going to Special Affairs? Sorry, we're on the amendment to send this to Special Affairs, so I will support this. But at some point, we got to get these boards straight. No wonder nobody wants to sit on them and serve in the community, because we can't even get this straight. Anyone in the second round?
Yeah, real quick,
Mr.
Mr.
Mays.
Chairman. Not only do we need to get these boards straight, but we need to get the organizational chart straight as it relates to department heads and mayoral appointees. And clearly, as we head into this advisory committee on ARPA funds, you know, the deadline to spend ARPA funds is, I think, 2024. And it's a process. And I'm getting a little nervous as we go deeper into 23, whether we're going to be able to service residents and affect the spending in a timely manner. We can play poker with them funds, and then at the last minute, give them to ourselves for lost revenue, 30 million. But I want to use 7 to 10 million. We got requests from residents, which take a longer time. And so I'm getting nervous as we have to spend with them and put a process in order. So I don't want to just monitor the Ethics and Accountability Board membership. I'm really wanting the legal department to deal with this multi-member body definition as I see people calling me saying, Mays, I put in before January 5th to be on this ARPA board. Mays, did I miss the deadline to apply for ARPA funds because the news said January 5th? I say, no, that was for the so-called advisory committee. So I think it would be advantageous for us to take inventory of all of this stuff. I agree 100%. How do we do it? And will people take us seriously in the administration? I don't know. But at some point, it ain't just the Ethics and Accountability Board that need to hold the administration accountable. That's part of what we do as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else in the second round? Second round. Then I'm going to just elaborate on my whole thing again, that it's not just the Ethics and Accountability Board, like Mr. Mays said, I'm pretty sure half the council didn't know that the ombudsperson resigned. We didn't get that communication. I don't think that we got a communication that they appointed an interim ombudsperson. So we need better communication altogether. From every person leaving in the administration to appointed positions. We got to get our head on straight. Madam Clerk, roll call for sending 230020 to Special Affairs.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
It was 6 yes, 1 no.
6 yes, 1 no. I'll take a motion for
Mr.
adjournment.
Chairman.
Mr. Mays?
Mr. Chairman, before I or somebody make a motion to adjourn governmental operations, what I'm concerned about is finding out how the government gonna operate as it relates to that ARPA advisory committee. Through you to Ms. Priestley, it was advertised a January deadline. Do you know how many residents put in and what's going on with that?
I believe there were 90, some of.
90-some people.
Yes, and that there were, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, 3 or 4 were not residents of the city, and they had to be residents of the city.
So out of them 90 people, who gonna vet them and who gonna make the recommendations, and how many people is proposed to be on that advisory committee do you know?
I don't know the number because I haven't been in all of the meetings because of my work schedule. And the meetings that they've had are conflict with my work schedule.
Who is they?
Point of information. Who's making the rules?
This is coming from we're not making the rules. We're just involved in it. The council, the administration, Community Foundation, and Ruth Mott.
No, point of information. Hell no.
Point of order. Let
If I
me
can
yield the
fin- if I
floor.
can
Let me
finish.
hold up. Point of order. Let me yield
Yeah.
the floor and then let
Yeah,
me back in once you finish.
No, you have the floor, sir. You can do what you want with it.
No, I'm serious. So
Okay.
go ahead.
All right, thank you, sir. I got a hard time saying that these foundations or these groups are going to dictate our money and dictate who's on those boards. That's not the way it goes.
If I could finish my discussion.
I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. Tomorrow morning, Dr. Lewis and I, as well as other community members and members of those organizations and the administration will be meeting to review those applicants. All identifying information were removed by the mayor's office prior to being sent out to anyone outside of that office. We have the, we have that information. We haven't had time to review it because we meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
If I may,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
you can have the floor back.
My concern, Ms. Priestley, I didn't know it was 90 minus 3 or minus 10. If it's 90 minus 20, that's still 70. Those people have to be vetted. I don't know if the proposed advisory committee is going to be 5, 10, or 20 people, or 30 or 40. But what I'm concerned about is the time it would take 10, 20, 30 people or whoever to vet the applications as we move throughout the year closer to the deadline for spending money. I think it's easier to spend the lost revenue category, but I think it's harder to spend the home improvement category, because the home improvement category is going to have so many accountability checks and balances if we approve money in that category, which I'm way in favor of, because from the initial forms, I see the community crying out for some of those home improvements. That's what my data shows me. And so whether you use Habitat for Humanity or whoever, Ernst & Young gonna do their part, but that spending, depending on how this advisory committee go, could be problematic by the spending deadline. Let me ask you this question. This is to you. Do you view this advisory committee as a multi-member body? Why or why not?
They make no decisions. They will be making recommendations. So it's not a multi-body unit.
Let me ask you this question. When you read the definition in the charter of a multi-member body, it says an advisory, a body made of more than one, that's advisory. See, Attorney Kim and Angela Wheeler and them sent a legal opinion out, and it acts like you have to be given authority. If you given it authority to advise, that's authority to advise. Now, what do you read in the definition that makes you think an advisory committee ain't an advisory committee? What is you looking at?
This also says, or purporting to act in the exercise of official duties. They are not going to be doing official duties. Also, if I may continue, as I said, I've missed most of these meetings.
Let me ask you a question before you continue. Could you read that? You said it says or. What do it say before the or?
It says multi-member body means any board, commission, ad hoc committee, advisory committee, and any group, however designated, composed of more than one person and acting or purporting to act in the exercise of official duties. And they are not
So
doing
it
official
says
duties.
advisory committee. It talks about advisory, and then it says acting or purporting that. See, I think when you read it, you got to read it in context. And I'm not looking at it, but look what it says. It says any advisory committee acting or purporting that. So if you got ARPA funds and you got an advisory committee, they acting and they're purporting to advise, and it's made of more than one person. We do the same thing with block grant money. It's called the Citywide Advisory Committee. And you know who appoints them? Who do they plan on appointing these people? Do you know?
If I may ask
The
your-
council would have to appoint.
if I may indulge my,
Sure.
whatever. I would ask that you discuss this with Mr. Kim because I have not been involved in all of the discussions. And I am not, we did not
Mr.
come into the
Mr. Chairman,
process until quite late.
can you
Mr.
put a
Mays.
special order in our office request Attorney Kim and anyone with knowledge who's trying to set up this advisory committee on ARPA funds to be at the next governmental operations committee? I'm requesting that. I'm not a chairperson. I don't make agendas, but this is going to be so important. I mean, because I don't need certain folks to advise me on how I'm gonna vote to spend 30 or 40 million. I already kind of know the categories I'm gonna vote to spend 30 or 40 million, and we starting to run into a deadline. But Attorney Kim, I want to hear him tell this council on the record that an advisory committee ain't an advisory committee. The more I look at the definition, any of these advisory committees acting or purporting to act is what I'm hearing. Hell, they ain't purporting, they acting, they advising on ARPA funds, millions of dollars. I don't see how you can change that from being a multi-member body. And when you read
Point of information. Did we, try to put this in a question, did we vote by ordinance or resolution to establish this board?
No, but we can. Now, I don't think we did, but we can to establish it or not. But the point is, when you look at the establishment of it and the appointment of it in the back of the charter, the mayor recommends these folks and then the council have to approve their appointments.
Point
So-
of information. But if we didn't start this committee by ordinance or resolution,
It's an issue.
it doesn't exist.
It's an issue. But you got people moving forward and might be misleading people. And that concerns me. I'm trying to nip it in the bud before it get out of hand. That's why before somebody made a motion to adjourn governmental ops, I wanted it as a discussion item. I've done that. I'm hoping I'm raising the consciousness and hope people reading and pay attention because time is at stake. And I think whether we lead or mislead both, and I didn't know it was that many of them, it's something going on here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Mr. Murphy.
thank you. So through you to either Dr. Lewis or Councilwoman Priestley, can either one of you
Mr.
guys
Chair,
answer the
excuse me,
question?
Point of order. May I be excused?
Is there an application that's getting ready to come out on Monday for individuals or organizations to apply? The real applications? Can any one of you answer that?
Yes. The
So there,
application is going live on Monday,
have a
which
copy
is why
of
we had
the,
a special order.
have the copy of the application been given to myself and my colleagues?
I do not have a copy
For
of
us
the
to review
application.
what the application looks like.
It will be online. There is no paper copy. And I have nothing. Dr. Lewis can answer.
The
if
answer
you
is
want.
no.
And the
Because that was a process with that administration was handling, and that doesn't require council.
it may not, in all due respect, it may not require council, but it will be fair to allow us the opportunity to review the application, just so that we can look at it. Because sometimes red tape could be in applications that will make people ineligible to apply.
Point of information.
Which point?
You know, that's why we have two sitting members of council on the body to make sure that we cut through the red tape and we represent council.
So the two members, including you, did y'all think of us enough to let us have a copy of the application so that we can review it, because y'all represent us. And as the two people representing us, in all due respect, I would have preferred to look at what the application process looked like before it launched on Monday, because I may have some questions. So that's what I'm asking. Do y'all feel we don't need the application, or y'all want to go and just do that? Y'all want them to just put it out? I just got a lot of questions. Is it applications for people? For instance, the tire shop, Billy on Stewart and Saginaw, and my one friend that always calling me, asking me when the applications is Kevin, that owns some businesses. Will they be able to apply for applications Monday? Individuals, yeah.
According to the various NOFOs, they can apply online via the NOFOs. And all that information was coming out today via special order, but we were unable to complete the finance meeting. So you would have received every single answer to your question.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, that's why I'm asking it now, since Councilman Mays brought it up as a discussion, since it's being brought up now, and I'm hearing that applications are finna be brought up Monday. It would have been nice for us. Can we have a copy of the application by Monday for our records so that we could have a hard copy?
I'll reach out to administration and see if that's possible.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis.
Mhm.
You're completed, Mr. Mercer?
I am, will be looking at this process. I'm concerned a little bit about this process and the hands that's in it. I like the work that the Community Foundation doing and the Roofmont Foundation has done, but I almost feel like we are giving away our powers as council to make decisions on the opera dollars to.
Point of information.
What's your point?
They're not making any decisions about any monetary amounts. They are strictly here for supporting on the process in terms of committee selection and things of that nature. So their participation have nothing to do with allocating any type of ARPA funding.
So once people apply for the applications, will they come to city council or the administration to approve? Who will be doing the approval?
As you know, as members of council, the buck stops with us because we are the purse strings of this council. So that lies with us.
Okay, all right.
However, through the committee, let's just reorder the ARPA presentation. Let's get to it so we can find out what's going on. Yeah, all your questions will be answered there, because
Okay.
I don't have things written down. It's a little late.
All right, I got you. You getting sleepy, and so am I. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mays.
real quick, and then I'm gonna ask to be excused, and I'll see what y'all doing when I come back. Real quick, Ms. Burns, listen to me. I'm more apt to have a special meeting Friday. You know why? Because they was fixing to release something, and my phone gonna be ringing off the hook when they do this on Monday. You got 400-500 people who done took time to come down here. I know some of my colleagues wanted to vilify or null and void the initial form that 6 council members voted on. I met with Mr. Jarzinski from Ernst & Young, and when I looked at Saginaw, they did it on a Saturday. I think we even had some community meetings on a Saturday. My thrust is to protect those people who took their time, who've already showed an interest on an initial form. And I don't want them out there tripping And I don't want, to be frank, my colleagues to win because one of them told one of them, you wasting your time filling out that initial form. I vowed that they're not wasting their time. They haven't wasted their time coming down here filling out an initial form. So as the administration and these committee folks race to try to announce an application, I'm racing to try to communicate to them 400-500 people that they might have to do the initial form, the new application, but I don't want it to be a surprise to me and others. 6 council members voted on that initial form. And then 2 or 3 of them was on the news talking about it wasn't real. I had never experienced nothing like that in my life. So we got our staff in the council office, got 400-500 forms, whether it's a special meeting on Friday or a special meeting on Saturday. And Ms. Winfrey Carter, Ms. Donahue, Ms. Burns, this is how I want to play this game. If this group is playing a game to disenfranchise or send a bad signal for the people who filled out that initial form, and the administration is trying to unveil an application, Ms. Winfrey Carter, Ms. Burns, I want y'all to sign on tonight for a special meeting on Saturday. And I wouldn't care if 3 of us here, we ain't gonna make no decisions, but we gonna invite the public and gonna let them know what's finna go down. And they gonna be in line for these initial applications. Because there's some folks playing a game. They done played it for months as it relates to them applications that they voted on ain't about nothing, and it'll be some new ones. I've told people it might be some new ones and some initial applications. What's going on? What am I missing? Oh, because I know when I'm missing something. And when I'm missing something, I don't care who missing in the special meeting, Ms. Winfrey Carter, whether it's Friday or Saturday, we call a
Point of
special
order.
meeting.
What's your point?
Could Mr. Mays finish talking to Ms. Winfrey Carter and put his cigarette away?
No, I don't have to. It ain't illegal. I ain't smoking it. I can put it in my mouth. I can put it on my ear.
Just at this.
It's a point of information to me. I answered it. Is it a point of order or a point of information?
Point of order, Mr. Chair, that it lacked professionalism. Up here with a cigarette in our hand, but nevertheless, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Mays, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm used to her trying to get me throughout of meetings repeatedly. I done looked at many videos. Now here I'm thinking she got way more sense than that to try to call a point of order because I got a cigarette in my hand. Now, how petty is that? How childish and foolish is that? Let me continue with the business that I'm talking about. I beg your pardon? Now, how unprofessional are you standing up over me talking ignorant? How unprofessional it is you when you got neighbors calling me about you, saying you done bought food stamps and you're mad and everything else. How unprofessional is that?
Mr. Mays, please.
I don't know what's true or not, but it's true I got the cigarette in my hand. Is it true about you and the calls I'm getting about food stamps
Mr.
and that
Mays.
illegal activity? May I continue?
Please stay on order, please.
I mean, just crazy.
Okay.
I'm out unprofessional. Let me say this, Ms. Winfrey Carter, Ms. Burns. I think it's very important that we notice Ms. Priestley and Ms. Lewis leaving, because they were the main 2 saying those initial forms didn't amount to a hill of beans.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Yeah.
That is our ad hoc committee leaving that we need to talk about. I did have questions. I was waiting, and we didn't finish finance.
I appreciate it.
We
They're
did- We
unprofessional.
didn't have a finance meeting was adjourned. We didn't even have it.
I
So we
think,
talk about not getting the business.
let
Oh, go
me,
ahead, go
let
ahead.
me give you the floor, because it's childish and unprofessional for them to walk out as we try to allocate millions of dollars to the residents. And they mad because an initial form that they voted on got so much attention. I'm gonna be asking one of y'all, Davina, I'm gonna be asking that a meeting be posted for Friday or Saturday on the subject matter. If it ain't a quorum, we gonna continue, because the press release is gonna include, it'll be a press release inviting all them people who filled out forms and who want to this chambers. And we'll talk to whoever show up. We'll discuss the unveiling of this application, and we'll get some stuff straight publicly, and we'll invite those people. Because everybody who's trying to undermine them forms and walking out in this meeting, I see what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any
Mr.
other
Chair.
discussion? Ms. Burns?
I do want to talk briefly. There could be nothing no more important than the ARPA funds, especially for the residents who are seeing Saginaw receive new roofs being approved. We don't even have application process. We have not, this ad hoc committee has not came back to share information. That is the purpose of the ad hoc committee, to share information. They get information, they come back, they share it with us, so we're all on the same page. We should not be giving our power to the administration. I don't have that kind of faith in this administration. We are two separate branches of government, legislative and executive. And when you're saying an advisory board, that is giving a recommendation. That is saying that you are suitable, likely to be approved. It is a favorable opinion. So we giving it to somebody that they don't even know. Finance committee should have been here. They keep adjourning meetings, walking out. That's not what we do. I don't care. And my ward don't have as many blue tarps as many of the other wards. First, second, third, and fourth. Fourth ward has got burnouts. It's got blue tarps. It's got a whole bunch of stuff down. You look at Davidson Road. It is not the same if you go back 10 years ago, 30 years ago. So when we talk about how important is the ARPA funds, it's important. Don't walk out on the residents for the city of Flint. But that's not something we should be doing. And Saginaw is steadily approving, taking care of business. We do not have an application. We don't have one. We should have one. There should be, and we talk about and say lovely things like we need policy, procedure, uniformity. We do, but we need it to be consistent. And this process should be consistent. We should know. They should be letting us know. We should have had a special meeting. Actually, should have had about 2 to 3 of them, because residents still want to know what's going on with the ARPA funds, whose projects are being approved. That's going to come up. Right now, the residents haven't gotten a darn thing from the ARPA funds besides the $300. They want to know. Saginaw giving roofs. If I'm a senior and I'm on a budget and you need a new roof, these ARPA funds are important. They are important. And we're stalling it, giving our authority to other organizations, and we really don't know. We don't have any answers. This is not what we should be doing. We should not be giving our power away. We were elected. That's our duty to do what's right for our wards. And we're not doing that. We just kind of saying laissez-faire, just let it go. Oh, the administration. They couldn't answer questions, basic questions on our own policy and procedure. I'm not putting my faith in that. I'm not doing that. You come here asking for a $50,000 raise, you can't answer a question? And we putting our faith in the administration? No, there needs to be transparency. There's no transparency for the residents of Flint who need this money. That's what it's here for, to help the community. We're not doing that. And then they're getting up and they're walking out. That's not what they should be doing. You're walking out on the residents when we talk about our funds, and you're the ad hoc committee, and adjourned the finance committee to where they said, oh, that would have all happened in there. Well, you shouldn't have adjourned it. This is important stuff. I'm done, Mr. Chair. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman,
Thank you.
real quick, I want to give Mr. Murphy a bonus today. He said he had to be to work at 11 o'clock. We done took care of the business. Ain't nothing on grants and legislative, and I wouldn't have had a clue that they was fitting to unveil an application on Monday. So it's 5 of us here. I know the situation. I've heard it. I don't know nothing. But that information came. And so I ain't got nothing else to say. I'm going to be trying to make a move on a special meeting for Friday or Saturday, no matter who show up. Ain't going to be no votes or no action, but I'm going to try to get people in this chambers as it relates to them initial forms and what they want to unveil on Monday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just, real quick, I got a problem with these, how this whole commission and board is being brought together, and we should have voted to start this board. I got a problem with, these organizations. I'm not sure what their involvement is, but trying to dictate our dollars. I want to see how are these applications getting vetted? Are they, some of them get thrown in the trash? There needs to be full transparency, and I don't believe that this is full transparency. So that's all I have to say. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair.
Briefly,
Okay, go ahead.
just real briefly
Yep.
before we finish, I want to bring to my attention to my colleagues. I've been working on sending us voting on a resolution as a body to repeal Public Act 436. I've been in talks with
Point of information. Can you briefly tell people what 436 is?
Public Act 436 was the emergency manager that came into the city of Flint, Pontiac, Ben Harbor, Detroit. Senator John Cherry now they got a bill that they're getting ready to introduce in Lansing. I asked that if they could hold up before they introduce the bill in Lansing so that this body could vote on it collectively to support their bill. I sent the bill to Attorney Joanne
Gurley?
Yeah, I sent the bill to her to draft us a resolution. I want to try to get it on special affairs or so that you guys can look at it. If y'all got anything that y'all want to say, see changed in it. But I wanted the bill to be specifically the same bill that they already finna introduce in Lansing. So it didn't make no sense for us to try to create a new resolution. So the resolution, hopefully it'll be ready by tomorrow that it can go to the Vena. And I will email you guys the bill if y'all want to look at the bill that they're getting ready to introduce in Lansing. The only reason why I didn't send it to you guys because they have not put it out on the floor yet. So
Yeah.
because they didn't do it in Lansing, I just wanted to kind of reserve it. But he gave it to me for the attorney to put together the resolution. So it's gonna be in sync with the resolution that they finna introduce in Lansing. And I want to try to have that before Monday. So if y'all see it, I just want to brief y'all on that.
Okay, thank you.
May I say this, if I may? The Democrats in Lansing got a tall order. Not only 436, but the right to work legislation as well. If we don't demand and get what we should get from them Democrats who then finally took over the House and the Senate, shame on us.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? All right, motion to dismiss or to adjourn.
I move for adjournment.
Moved and properly seconded by Ms. Burns.
I properly second that, yes.
Madam Clerk, roll call for adjournment.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Okay, 10:32, we are adjourned.